Για πάμε λίγο. Καλή μας αρχή.
"12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Λίγο απεσιόδοξος αφηγητής, αλλά έχεις το μοντάρουμε.
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment. A righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Να θυμηθούμε. Δεν μπορώ να κάνω τίποτα ακόμα.
Thirsty. So thirsty.
Τα πάμε.
Plays Vampyr. What have you done?
Mary! Oh, no. Mary! Hold on. Please, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, no. Mary. Mary. No. No. No.
Είχαμε...
This horror. It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me. No! No! Don't shoot! This is a nightmare. I need to get out of here. This can't be happening.
Δεν βλέπω όμως, ρε.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm.
Πώς βαράει.
What's going on? Oh, Mary. What have I done? What's all this about? Shit, where'd it go?
Δεν πάω από εδώ.
Tricky bastards.
Α,
Now, I can defend myself.
Kill that thing! Over there!
Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
αυτοάμυνα.
Who are you? Stupid beast!
Doesn't like burning, does it?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Get your weapons ready! We
No,
fire one!
please, stop! Who are you?
There's one of them vermin!
What do you want?
Είναι λίγο υπερβολικά σκοτεινό το game. Εδώ υποτίθεται πρέπει να είναι.
I mean you no harm. I need help.
Die, you fucking leech!
Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this.
Shut up, beast!
Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name?
I'll do the rest of the job.
Just leave me.
The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone. I need to find somewhere to hide. Let me go! I need to find shelter. It's locked, all right. Is anybody there? What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Να ψάχνουμε.
Brother, what have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Itu sih mana? Ο Eldritch τα έκανε αυτά. Okay.
The sun is high. I cannot leave now.
Ο ήλιος είναι πάνω.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
Με ψηρίσανε.
That's impossible.
Νομίζω αυτό μόνο είναι crafting item, δεν είναι κάτι άλλο.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish. I still have so much left that needs doing.
Όπως το να ψηρίσω αυτό το σπίτι. Πάει αυτό τον κάνει. Και το χείλει.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
One hand, two hands, firearms. Tutorials δεν έχει. I bet είναι κάτω. Ήταν το γράμμα αυτοκτονίας του.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it. So be it. Rational thinking only. This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
As it is, as mad as the moon, who takes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Okay. Οτόφαγη. Ναι, πώς το κάνω αυτό? Α, το χείλη θα πει να μην... Ναι. Nice. Πρέπει να είμαι level 5. Ας κλειδώσουμε το... Αυτό μου φαίνεται καλό.
Voice in my head. If I'm not
Gone. Quest items. Ναι, ναι. Main hand, off hand. Ελπίζω να τα έχεις. Είναι ο χάρτης. Α, δεν είναι τα άτομα που ξέρω. Οκ.
And then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Where is it? Closed.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here!
My head's spinning.
Come out, you coward! Clever fucking beast.
I cannot enter.
Oh. Δεν έχει να λουτάρω τίποτα. Used. Offhand. Effects and consume stamina. Okay. Μπορώ να ανοίξω το πάνω.
It's locked.
No.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Die, vermin!
Α, γιατί δεν είχα τον κάνει. Blood, yeah? Okay.
There's a strength I never knew I had.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top.
This shouldn't be possible.
It's a killer.
Oh,
Every sinew, every fiber of my being is afire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body. My strength, my reflexes.
okay.
I'm not human anymore.
Λογική εξήγηση, Doctor. Δεν θυμάμαι, αλλά ελπίζω μην είναι και το υπόλοιπο game τόσο σκοτεινό. Join the ranks.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. I have this thirst for blood.
Οκ, άρα μπορώ να τρώω και ποντίκια.
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it. What will London have to say to me? I have so many questions unanswered.
Τα μάθουμε όλα, ρε.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong. Where has everyone gone? According to the blood pattern, ruins, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail.
Ah. Εδώ έχουμε crafting. Ανεμία και σέψη ξέρουμε. Ναι. Θα κάνουμε ένα save. Κλασικό, κλασικό.
At last, a little life.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
Not long ago, this sort of mess would have given me a laugh.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Δεν μας βοήθησε.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, boys never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Myself.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom, then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed. But now he's killing in the streets.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Okay.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
It's a good thing you cannot see me now, Mum.
He didn't deserve this.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
Bullshit.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself!
I need a word. Would anyone?
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Tell me, who are you?
First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you.
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
I've been hunted down in the streets and attacked. I'm a victim here too.
I believe you.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docs have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
And what exactly is this Brotherhood?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Okay.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We are both chasing the same shadow.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something. Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Okay.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please, tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk, as usual. But my God, his eyes. His face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Ah, okay. Εντάξει, δεν θα το φάμε.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Nice.
Who is he?
William. Just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the cannon factory before it closed.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Okay.
It's locked, all right.
The boat.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city. body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note.
Okay.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Λοιπόν, δεν έχει τίποτα άλλο εδώ, Δεν μου έχει πει πώς να χρησιμοποιώ τα γκάνια. Equipping with a two-hand weapon will enable an off-hand weapon. Okay. Nice. Δεν έχει ανοίξει ακόμα ο ανοιχτός κόσμος, οπότε πάμε. Τους ειδοποίησε. There are enemy cards, okay. Melee ranged blood shadow. Oh. Okay. Άρα τι όλα. Orange. Okay. Nice.
There's nothing here. Look lively! It's on to us!
Πήραμε και σφαίρες, nice. Και νομίζω πρέπει να κατεβάσω λίγο τα γραφικά. Δεν ξέρω τι είναι. Εκεί πάνω δεν μπορώ να πάω. No. Nice. Nice. Δεν έχει τίποτα άλλο. Πού είναι η έξοδος? Ακόμα χάνω. Θα βάλω και αυτό.
Best be moving on.
Nice. Α, εκεί πάνω. Κάτσε πρέπει να ψάξουμε και εδώ πέρα.
It ain't human. Kill it. Watch it. It's just at the top. Christ, it's dead.
Shotgun. Bullets. Εδώ έχει κάτι. Wait, mistake because vampires are clever. Okay. Δεν είχε κάτι ενδιαφέρον. Οκ, άρα αυτά δεν μου τα μετράει σαν να έχω κάνει κάτι κακό. Θερίζω βέρτα. Nice. Yeah, man. Άντε, ας αναβαθμίσουμε. Enhanced damage. Όχι. Δεν έχω. Γι' αυτό δεν έχω. Πριν από αυτό οι κάτοικοι είναι εδώ. Αυτός έχει fatigue. Ανεμία. Να το fatigue. Δεν έχω τίποτα από εδώ. Nice. Μήπως μπορώ να φτιάξω και υλικά. Glass vial, quinine, ferrous tantare. Blood of alcohol. Okay. Άρα μαζεύω έτσι τα υλικά. Εδώ τι έχω. Okay. Πόσα. Αυτό. 1000. Θα είναι το θαυμαστικό μπορώ, Οκ, πάμε. Κάνουν και respawn.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy. This place reeks of bloodshed.
Oh dear God, not again.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Για πάμε πρώτο boss fight. Easy.
William, please, stop.
not too late.
Χαίρετε, τι κάνετε?
I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost
Πώς
soul,
είστε?
a kindred
Sir,
spirit.
listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you?
Ah, nice, nice.
What do you mean by scowl?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Σκληρή. Πολύ σκληρή.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders.
Τώρα ξεκινάει το
Patience,
game.
good fellows, I've
Ωραία.
come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me. This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Έτσι πρέπει να ξεκουραστείτε από το χθεσινό... Από τη χθεσινή κρεπάλη, κυρία Αναστασία.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back. But I will tell you, she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us,
The Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed, and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Άντε αρχίζουμε να τους θεραπεύουμε σιγά σιγά. Λοιπόν...
It's okay, Jonathan. I'll see you later.
Come on, you boss. You can do better than that. Nah, it's my turn.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the seeds of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Mr. Cox. Blood quality. Ναι. Άντε να τελειώνουμε το tutorial επιτέλους. Μία ώρα.
This fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life life and death.
Release.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
Έτσι θα τον κάνω φλόρο, full. Δεν μπορώ να του μιλήσω, Ας δούμε τι έχει να ψηρίσουμε εδώ πέρα.
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Okay.
Did I black out? Whoa, I feel giddy.
Άντε τώρα αφήσαμε να ζήσει το βλάκα. Λοιπόν, πάμε στο ιατρείο.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
Ah, man.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Okay.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Τι έχει το πρόγραμμα
Dr.
σήμερα?
Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Okay.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Λοιπόν, για να γνωριστούμε λίγο με το προσωπικό. Ενώ θα ξαναβγείς, θα καείς.
Good evening, sir.
So it is true. The famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future.
Έχεις σπιτάκι. Αυτά είναι τα ωραία.
Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
Α, μια χαρά. Έχουμε οργανωθεί...
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Έχουμε οργανωθεί καλά.
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Ah, man. Μην τα λες αυτά, Doctor.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Α, δεν έχω. Οκ.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
Γενικά πρέπει να τους κρυφακώ, αλλά δεν μου έχει δώσει ακόμα το... δεν μου το έχει πει ακόμα το game ότι μπορώ να το κάνω. Οπότε...
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Με κοιτάει με μισομάτι αυτή.
It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor.
Πολύ μπροστά το game με το COVID.
We could all do with a good night's sleep.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them? Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tibbets. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Σμέρνα, δεν μου λέει. Να κοντζοβολεύσουμε λίγο ώρα.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Χιλόπιτα.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance. Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Κάτσε λίγο. Πώς πάω εκεί? Να, έτσι τους κρυφακούς. Το παιδί της φάμπας.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Με το Harry Potter μοιάζει πιο πολύ, θα έλεγα. Αυτός προσπαθεί να αυτοκτονήσει.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Νάτος.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know, and by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
Συμφωνώ με τον κύριο.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I'll bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Όχι, αυτό το κάναμε. Εδώ δεν έχω κάτι.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Α, πουλάει τέτοια. Εντάξει, θα τα πάρω. Δεν λέει πως σου κάνει. Α, 315, οκ. 9 το ένα. Εντάξει, όχι ακόμα. Αυτός έχει μαγαζάκι εδώ. Και... τους πάρουμε με τη σειρά. So miss yes, garlic, so garlic, hang garlic. There's a of a face. Simpler raw. Wouldn't say Σιγά μηνύμα δύναμο στο σκόρδο.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor.
Για κάνε.
Shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Τόσο χάλια.
I ask you precisely why you're a patient here.
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Ναι, αλλά άμα σας έχουν πουλήσει 100 και δεν έχετε, αυτό φταίει κάτι άλλο, μάλλον ή έχετε πολλές συσκευές. Ναι, αυτό φταίει επειδή είναι τα μπετά ανάμεσα, ρε, δεν περνάει το σήμα. Γι' αυτό σου είχα πει για ενισχυτή σήματος. Και πρέπει να κάνετε και κάποιο τεστ για να δείτε αν είναι όντως 100, αν σας δίνει λιγότερο. Θα σου έλεγα να στο κάνω εγώ, αλλά πώς τώρα. Κάτσε, έρχομαι. Όχι, έκανε χτες ο Δημήτρης. Οκ, ήταν όχι 100, ναι, αλλά ήταν 40. Στο διάδρομο είναι το router. Έχεις κλειστεί πόρτα. Μήπως.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Έτσι όπως μου το λες δεν θα έπρεπε να κολλάσαρω.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you?
Μήπως φταίει το router από τότε.
War, sir. No offense.
Okay.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Σε πετάει εντελώς. Είμαστε εγώ με τον μπα σπίτι. Ίσως έχει πρόβλημα το router από εκεί και πέρα.
Good evening, Mr.
Πετάει και άλλες συσκευές από το ίντερνετ.
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Πρέπει να πάω. Δεύτερο πτυχίο.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
Δεν τον πετάει. Πόσες γραμμές έχεις στο...
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends.
Α, είπες σταματάει τελείως.
William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Τι πρέπει να πω. Ναι, πρέπει να ξέρω, ας πούμε, αν είναι ο αδερφός στο δωμάτιο, αυτόν τον πετάει. Γιατί μη φταίει το κινητό από εκεί πέρα.
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Να τη Ρεμπέκα. Είδα παρακολουθήσει.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Duke Digby.
Εγώ επιμένω ότι είναι το σήμα. Γιατί πάθαινε το ίδιο πράγμα ο αδερφός μου.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this
Είναι
contagious
φτηνός ο
life.
ενισχυτής σήματος πάντως, άμα
No
πάντες.
drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Ενισχυτή σήματος πήραμε.
Who should I avoid in this part of town then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
Why didn't you use
όχι
your
συγκεκριμένο,
cross
αλλά...
against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange
Κάτσε να σου πω
question,
αμέσως,
Doctor.
περίμενε.
A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Θα σου πω αμέσως. Άμα πατήσεις... Ναι, άμα πατήσεις ενισχυτή σήματος Wi-Fi, θα στα βγάλει κατευθείαν. Εμείς έχουμε το πρώτο που θα σου βγάλει εκεί. Και κάνει μια χαρά δουλειά.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually.
Ωραίο στυλ έχει
William
ο
drank so
χαρακτήρας.
much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later. It's locked.
Locked.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal.
Ah, man.
But dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Personal questions.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Σωστό.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
I wish I could be still.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
How close are you to Miss Hawcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain.
Με full άλλες αξιολογήσεις.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed.
Α, καλές.
It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness.
Το από κάτω λες.
Refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Που έχει 650 αξιολογήσεις, ξέρω εγώ.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
You disgust on every street.
Ένα μαύρο.
The daily routine.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich,
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm
Ναι, αυτό το λευκό είχαμε εμείς.
I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Περίμενε. Σου στέλνω αμέσως τα δύο αυτά που λέω. Α, ναι, αυτό που μου στείλες, αυτό έχουμε. Είναι αυτά τα δύο. Αλλά εγώ θα σου έλεγα αυτό με τα 20, γιατί το άλλο...
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are
Είναι,
romantic?
παρά είναι φτηνό, δεν ξέρω.
No, Thomas is a delicate soul, even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire doctor.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Ναι. Απλά δεν ξέρω αν είναι όντως αυτό το πρόβλημα.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal activities.
Μην το πάρετε τζάμπα, φοβάμαι.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Hop.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
Να πάρετε ένα τηλέφωνο, να ρωτήσετε, ξέρω εγώ, αν δεν είναι εσωτερικό το πρόβλημα.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual.
Ξέρεις κάτι,
Concerning doctors.
έχω εμπιστοσύνη στις γνώσεις μου, αυτό είναι, πάρ' το.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned. Milton is not the chatty type.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is
Όχι, όχι, θα το αγοράσεις τώρα για να δεις ότι έχω δίκιο.
Don't tell me you'll change that.
Τι μου είπε?
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
Σου το είπα από την αρχή αυτό. Και τις προάλλες που είχες μπει στο live, το ίδιο δεν σου έλεγα.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
Okay, δεν την έχουμε.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Goodbye. Έχουμε έναν εκεί πίσω. Και έχουμε και αυτούς. Όπο, έχει πολλούς χαρακτήρες αυτό το game. Το θυμόμουν.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Ah, ντρέπεσαι.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money? Fame? Or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon. And it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative. It is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help.
Βασικά, για να αποδείξω πόσο δίκιο έχω σε αυτό που σου είπα.
But I have heard about you.
Άμα κάνω λάθος, θα σε επιστρέψω όταν έρθεις. Στοίχημα.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Ah, man.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Θα μιλήσουμε μετά. Αυτήν έχω μιλήσει.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Ackroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
What does Chadwick was Oh, but Chadwick, the big guy with the mustache. Okay,
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going
Αυτό μοιάζει πιο πολύ με
you should
σουπασάκι.
put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
Nice.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me.
Κάτσε ρε, πόσο χρόνο είναι ο
I
χαρακτήρας?
have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swan.
Okay.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Okay.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Okay.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Για κάτσε να μιλήσουμε σε αυτόν ξανά, γιατί βρήκα κάποια στοιχεία.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Any news about my operation?
Λοιπόν...
You seem worried about the safety of your family. And it's obviously the reason why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
Λίγο επιθετικός έχω να πω.
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Okay.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick, unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about it is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
Νομίζω τον ολοκλήρωσα αυτόν. Okay.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy. Will this shift
Okay, okay.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Can I be of any help?
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Good evening. Goodbye. Εδώ είναι αυτός το περίεργο σου μπασάκι. Κάτσε πρώτα να
I'm quite
ξαναμιλήσω.
busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Okay. Δεν έχει κάτι άλλο. Όχι.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Έχει και εδώ έναν περίεργο. Πού είναι? Είναι ένας που ψηρίζει πτώματα πέρα.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
Ναι, όχι ακόμα. Όμως.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here.
Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things.
Okay.
Who comes here? I'm very cautious, sir.
Το προσπεράσουμε λίγο γιατί πολύ μπλα μπλα.
Are you afraid or uneasy being...
Why should I?
How did you get...
After I left the army.
And sir... Have we met before?
I don't think so.
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Oof.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir.
Το πρώτο θύμα του γιατρού σαν βαμπύρ ήταν η αδερφή του.
The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Επειδή χάσατε την αρχή.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing.
Why close the...
It was for sanitary reasons.
Okay.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Okay.
Do you really...
As I...
Quite depressed.
Yes. No, no, doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana.
Τον κανονίσαμε κι αυτόν. Πάω ξανά μέσα. Εδώ.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
Καλά κάτσε.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place where you tried to take your own life?
Yes. And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
Okay.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you then.
Πάω να το ρουφιανέψω κι αυτόν.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk.
Okay. Δεν έχει κάτι άλλο.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Doctor?
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Fair enough.
What do you think of your reception here?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming.
What can you tell?
Not much to...
May I ask if you...
I'm a teacher.
Are you really?
Yes.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
Oh.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick.
I don't expect...
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Δεν έχει κάτι άλλο αυτός.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Okay.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Όχι. Όχι.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Κάτσε να βρούμε τη νοσοκόμα. Όχι αυτή. Οπ.
I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation.
Αλλά και θα ακούσουμε λίγο. Άτος. Το πιάσαμε στα πράσα.
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir? You won't need any of these anyway. I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir, and I thank you for your generous donation.
It's locked, all right.
Πού είναι αυτή που χρεώνει?
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Αυτή δεν ήταν.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Okay. Τους διακόψαμε. Υπάρχει... Α, αυτή είναι μέσα στο δωμάτιο που δεν μπορώ να πάω ακόμα. Τι άλλο... Εδώ αυτός.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. Such a pleasure to
Το
see
συμπαγή
you.
πήρε λάπτοπ. Όντως είμαι κοροϊδεύεις πάλι.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh? Is that what your pawnbrokers is really about?
These people are dead, sir. What they possessed could be useful for the living. And I'm sure they would agree if they could speak.
You should show respect for the dead. What about their loved ones who may treasure these items you sell?
The bodies I watch over are the unwanted and undesired, sir. I would never deprive anyone of their family artifacts.
Okay.
Please show me what you have to sell.
It's just trinkets and curios, really.
Nice.
But I'm sure they can be useful.
Εμένα μου είπανε για PC άμα πάρω το πτυχίο, οπότε λοιπόν νομίζω τα έχω κάνει όλα, όλους τους διαλόγους μέχρι στιγμής. Νομίζω έχω άλλο ένα με τον κύριο νοσοκόμο. Λοιπόν, πού είσαι ρε? Εδώ δεν ήταν αυτός. Μίλτον, α.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Πολύ μοχθέρα.
Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Άντε, συγχωρέσουμε.
Goodbye, Milton.
Λοιπόν, τώρα πάω πρώτα στο γραφείο. πάρουμε, να ψηρίσουμε και λίγο το νοσοκομείο. Μασόνς είναι ο άλλος. Οκ, κλειδωμένο. Από εδώ είναι το γραφείο. Από εδώ είναι κλειδωμένο. Ναι. Και αυτό κλειδωμένο. Α, nice. Εδώ δεν έχει τίποτα. Δεν έχει.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Καλά. Κάτσε να αναλύσουμε.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
It needs water. Εδώ έχει και λεφτά. Okay. Για να σας αναλύσουμε. Δεν έχω. Πάω για εξετάσεις αίματος. Μακάρι να πάνε όλα καλά. Εντάξει, δεν έχεις να φοβάσει τίποτα βέβαια. Για να δούμε. Μπορούμε να αναβαθμίσουμε κάτι. Αυτό όχι. Αυτό ούτε. Αυτό όχι. Όχι. Άρα ούτε να φτιάξω από αυτά μπορώ.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Οκ. Εντάξει, δεν προχωράω ακόμα. Πάμε να εξετάσουμε την πίσω αυλή, μας λέει. Λοιπόν.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Εύκολος. Εύκολο. Δύσκολο έχει. Οπ, να το ζευγαράκι.
So, Mr. Hooks and Nurse Hawkins are an item. Those two have hidden their affections well.
Oh, nice.
I cannot enter.
Okay. Έλεγε κάτι για... για Vampire Hunters εδώ πέρα. Αλλά βρήκα μόνο βαμπύρ.
It's locked.
Α, πάμε να μιλήσουμε ξανά στον κύριο. Το ασθενοφόρο. Λοιπόν, τι ήταν εδώ? Κάτσε ρε, πού είμαι? Τι φάση? Χάθηκα. Χάθηκα.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reed.
Ah, man.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come...
Maybe you're right.
You do...
Come on.
Okay.
Goodbye, Milton.
Πού μπορώ να δω τις αποστολές? Που έχει, δεν νομίζω να το παίξω. Είναι αρκετά καλό, το έχω ξαναπαίξει μια φορά. Ναι. Αλλά είναι καλό. Πού είναι οι αποστολές μου ρε? Main quest and Όχι. Main quest. Δεν θέλω το main, τα side quest θέλω. Αυτό τι είναι? Το βάλα εγώ υποτίθεται, ναι. Δεν μου έχει τα side quest, Δεν μου τα έχει. Οκ. Κάτσε να βρούμε και την άλλη.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes, Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins, but are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke...
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman.
Okay. Μάθαμε πραγματάκια και για το... Ωραία. Πάμε να ξεκινήσουμε την επόμενη μέρα. Έχει τίποτα να φτιάξω εδώ? Όχι. Οπότε, έτοιμο. Τι να αναβαθμίσω? Αυτό σίγουρα. Αυτό είναι σίγουρα καλό. Defenseless. Αυτό είναι για stealth. Και αυτό φαίνεται καλό. Και φέρε και αυτό. Και είμαστε έτοιμοι. Επόμενη μέρα.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Okay. Δεν έχουμε κανένα να κρυβακούσω. Όχι. Ωραία, και στο morgue αυτό θα βρω και τα εργαλεία που θέλω.
With you at our side, Dr. Reed, I know that Pembroke will prevail and survive this epidemic.
Τώρα. Έχω την εντύπωση ότι από εδώ κάπου ήταν αυτοί που κυνηγάνε την ασθενή. Οπα, αυτό είναι άλλη περιοχή. Εδώ μήπως. Όχι, αυτό είναι το νεκροτομείο.
It's locked, all right.
Πού ήταν αυτοί που κατασκοπεύανε την κύρα? Εδώ. Όχι. Δεν θέλω να πάω στην κύρια αποστολή, γάμοτο. Πάνε τα παγκάκια. Λοιπόν, κάτσε λίγο. Κάτσε λίγο. Πού είσαι? Believes είσαι vampire, ναι. Αλλά δεν μου λέει για... περίεργο. Και κάτσε λίγο ξαναμιλήσω.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft. How are you tonight?
I need blood, Doctor. Warm.
And
I don't need to...
I'm assuming you...
It's only a cover.
Who are these?
I cannot say for sure.
Ah,
I'll leave you, Miss...
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
Πού είναι μωρέ οι μπάσταρδοι? Αυτό είναι άλλο μέρος. Δεν ξέρω. Πάμε στο νοικοτομείο. Λοιπόν. Δεν βλέπω και κανέναν. Ωχ. Βγήκα έξω. Απίστευτο. Επίσης χρειάζομαι αίμα. Ρε παρά είναι σκοτεινό το game. Τι είναι αυτό το πράγμα? Το ίδιο. Άντε να δούμε λίγο. Εδώ δεν έχει τίποτα άλλο.
Behavior is similar to the infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
Φέρε και το shotgun. Εδώ είναι κλειδωμένο. Εδώ δεν μπορώ να μπω.
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Ναι. Oh. Το φέιλαρα λίγο. Πειράζει. Πάμε εδώ.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate and that might prove itself useful.
Α, και πάνω όροφο. Πάμε πάνω. Εδώ τι έχεις? Στο υπ... Πήγες. Κάτω πήγε. Στο υπόγειο του νεκροτομείου. Αυτά μ' αρέσουν.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after blood.
Δύσκολο έχει. Λοιπόν, οπ. Ποιος?
It's locked.
Το Open Local Investigation Menu. Α. Οκ. Άντε ρε. Να το. Με κορόιδεψε. Α, όχι, να το. Α, οκ. Α, αυτό το κάνω μόλις βγω από εδώ. Μια χαρά.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
Okay. Έκανε χαζομάρα ο Τίπετ. Λοιπόν. Πού είσαι ρε? Α. Α, εδώ είναι αυτό. Οκ. Okay. Φέρους ταρταράτε. Νάτος.
Scowls can be so ferocious. I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Έλα βρε, drama queen. Εύκολο ήτανε. Μεγάλο drama queen ο Doctor. Λοιπόν, οκ. Treatment for fatigue, οκ. Και έχουμε και αυτά. Αυτά είναι για μένα. Δεν έχω ακόμα. Για το shotgun έχω? Δεν έχω. Ναι, δεν έχω. Για να δούμε τι ασθενείς έχουμε. Λοιπόν, έχουμε 2 από fatigue. Οπότε θέλω 2 fatigue τώρα. Μόνο ένα μπορούσα να φτιάξω. Οκ. Θα βρω κι άλλα στην πορεία. Nice. Και... Α, νομίζω ότι κι άλλοι σε αυτό. Βγαίνουμε έξω. Έρχομαι. Λοιπόν, πριν πάω να συνεχίσω το main quest, πρώτα θα πάμε εδώ. Ένα είναι εκεί πέρα. Μπορώ να τα κάνω track όλα. Όχι ένα τη φορά. Okay. Αυτό είναι κοντά. Εντάξει, τώρα τουλάχιστον έχω ένα καλό κλου. Κάπου έβαλα ένα. Εδώ. Νάτι. Οκ. Σαν σωστός γιατρός να προστατεύσουμε τον ασθενή. Και να τους κλέψω κιόλας. Κάναμε το καθήκον. Θέλμα. Οκ. Λοιπόν, πάμε για τις υπόλοιπες αποστολές. Και αυτή είναι στο... Α, δεν τελείωσε. Ω! Τι λες ρε? Όχι, όχι. Δεν είμαι αρκετά level ακόμα. Κάνουμε την πάπια. Για πάμε εδώ.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
I can't say I approve of what you did. But as a field surgeon, I know that some situations require you to bend the rules.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but to contain the epidemic must be our priority, so we can't afford to lose Dr. Tippett's.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Οχ. Καινούριος. Α. Πού είναι? Αχ, παίζει. Παίζει να είναι στο σημείο που μπορώ να τον κρυφακούσω γάμο του. Όχι. Α. Έλα σε θεραπεύσω λίγο εσένα.
Good evening, Mr. Cox.
Dr. Reed. Still working at night, I see. I like that.
And why is that?
People who don't sleep at night always seem more alive to me. More interesting, one way or another.
You're lucky to be alive, Mr. Cox. I hope you're starting to take better care of yourself.
This place is full of sick.
Consider yourself lucky that I'm treating all of my patients equally. But don't push your luck.
Don't play the innocent with me. I'm sure you have good reasons to act this way. And also weaknesses that can be exploited.
Ah.
How is your...
This is just...
What's wrong?
That bastard you sent to bring me.
I see.
The nurses aren't too ugly.
What's wrong?
Come on, Doc.
But you're alive.
What are you
Καλά.
Do you ever...
The wound...
What? Only the strongest survive, then? Survival at all costs. Is that all you think about?
I'm the toughest bastard you'll ever meet, Dr. Reed. And I don't give a fuck what you think of me.
Μετανιώνω λίγο που δεν το σκότωσα.
That man was determined.
What a surprise.
How long do you think you can escape the law, Clay?
I know this city like the back of my hand, Doc. I know its streets, who to pay, who to avoid, and who to bully. I won't get caught.
We can't escape the consequences of our actions. The past catches up with us.
Ρούτσις εδώ. Τώρα είδα το μήνυμα.
I don't hide who I am.
Για να σου
I
εξηγήσω τι
live my
γίνεται.
life honestly, which is more than I could say for most folks.
And who are you then?
I'm the leader of the Wet Boot Boys. One day I'll leave this shitty place and punch in the face all who thought I would not come back.
Okay.
I'll leave you for now, Mr. Cox.
Δεν είναι εδώ.
Supposed to be in hospital. A pigsty would smell better.
Να τους ο τύπετς. Ποιος είχε fatigue ρε? Άμα μπει ο κύριος Ρούτσης να μου πει, γιατί μου ζήτησε να του εξηγήσω την υπόθεση.
Dr. Reed, any good news to share?
Για σένα όχι.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
Okay, αξιολογικό.
My diagnosis was wrong, and the
Τι κάνει άλλη από
dosage
πίσω
was
ρε?
too strong.
Κάτσε, δεν μπορώ να σε βλέπω σένα.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him.
Εντάξει, θα
No
πει
one claimed a body.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
Okay.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
You've nothing to prove, Dr. Tippett, to anybody, and we all praise your experience. Please, have some rest.
I am perfectly fine, and I am not too old for this job.
Man.
What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such
στην
a
Κύπρο.
beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea, read poetry, and wait for death.
Την Κύπρος.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Δεν έχω κάποιον, Λοιπόν... Τώρα. Έχουμε κάνει αυτές τις δύο αποστολές. Εκεί μπορώ να πάω. Θα σας το εξηγήσω μαζί άμα είναι όταν μπει.
In this letter, Mortimer Goswick does nothing to hide his desire to die. I could give it to his mother, but doing so would betray his trust.
Όχι, όχι, ρουφιάνοι δεν γινόμαστε. Α, είναι και save room αυτό.
It's locked, all right.
Λοιπόν... Τώρα... Πάνω εδώ στο γράμμα πίσω. Δεν τσέκαρα βέβαια αν έχει... αν μπορούσα να φτιάξω κανένα φάρμακο. Εντάξει. Χαλαρά. Πόσο ασθενής έχω? Α. Αυτός recovering. Οκ. Okay. Κάτσε μήπως τώρα που πάνε ύπουλα αυτοί οι δύο. Μπα. Να περιποιηθούν τον ασθενή πήγανε. Ωραία. Πάμε εδώ στον αυτοκτονικό.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
I have retrieved your letter, Mr. Goswick. I can assure you that nobody read it but me.
Thank you. This is for you, then. For your help. And for your silence.
I think you should talk to your mother. It would be good for both of you.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. I'll think about it. Now, please, let me be.
I've read your letter, Mortimer. You wrote about an unbearable feeling of despair while the world crumbles around you.
There's nothing more to say, really.
Despair is a deadly poison I've tasted myself, sir. We're only tempted to drink it because we're terrified by the uncertainty of the next minute.
I know that perfectly, Doctor.
Okay.
I have to go now.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give... Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Mortimer is extremely vague as to his motivations for committing suicide. Tell me more about what you know.
As you say, Mortimer had no reason to die. All he said to me was that he wanted to make the world a better place, but couldn't.
Why did your son feel so...
I think it was more that he could only see the
What do you think he...
Mortimer has always been a sensitive...
Do you realize your son could try to kill himself again? He might succeed next time.
I think about it every minute.
Your determination is laudable, but you are in a state of denial, Mrs. Goswick. Your son has a very strong death wish.
How dare you talk to a mother like that?
I'm only trying to be honest, Mrs. Goswick. As painful as this fatal end may be for you, you have to accept this is a possibility.
No, I'll never accept it. If my son was to die under your care, well, you have no idea what...
I have read your son's suicide note. It was not an impulsive gesture.
He threatened to kill himself if you...
Punish you?
I've known for a long time he was not happy.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Το πέτυχα.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need.
Οκ. Αυτός έχει fatigue, οπότε πρέπει να πάω να το φτιάξω. Και αυτό... Αυτό είναι εδώ, στα docks.
Waste your time with me.
Πάμε στα docks.
It's one of them! Shit!
Ale... Αυτή ήταν δυνατή. Λοιπόν. Έχω μαζέψει κάποια XP βέβαια. Αυτή πόσο είναι? 10. Πρέπει να είμαι λίγο πιο προσεκτικός με τις σφαίρες. Τις χρησιμοποιώ λίγο αυθαίρετα, είναι η αλήθεια. Εδώ έχει boss fight νομίζω. Ίσως δεν έπρεπε να έχω έρθει εδώ. Ακόμα τουλάχιστον. Φεύγω. Όχι, φεύγω είπα. Έφυγα.
This one's a top!
Οκ, άρα τα δύο side quest δεν είναι ακόμα η ώρα. Πάω για φάει. Καλή σας όρεξη. Κι εγώ σε λίγο θα πάω. Σε κανένα 20 λεπτό. Λοιπόν. Πάμε πρώτα να θεραπεύσουμε τον Μόρτιμερ. Nice. Να πάρω τα υλικά. Ακόμα δεν έχω. Fatigue.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may.
You are not a burden, sir.
And you have my gratitude.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
Yes, Doctor?
Why then?
At the Pembroke.
Lack of...
London's
Exactly.
It really depends.
Please, could...
It's the large book.
That's all for now, Nurse Chris.
Good evening, sir.
Πάμε να μιλήσουμε στο μεγάλο αφεντικό.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea. But my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and Now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please.
Α, μπαίνω να μου πεις, λέει. Είσαι εδώ.
There is no need to apologize, Edgar. You offered me sanctuary when I had none.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan.
Ωραία.
Something that will require all your newfound
Κάτσε να
skills.
παίξει αυτό και θα σου πω.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Λοιπόν, ο χαρακτήρας μας είναι γιατρός που πολέμησε στον πόλεμο και έγινε βαμπύρ. Ωραία, κάποια οντότητα τον έκανε βαμπύρ και μόλις ξύπνησε δάγκωσε την αδερφή του. Σκότωσε την αδερφή του, ας πούμε. Τώρα ψάχνουμε να βρούμε ποιος είναι αυτός που το έκανε αυτό και ταυτόχρονα βοηθάμε αυτόν εδώ πέρα που μας βρήκε τιμοθάνατος με το νοσοκομείο, ας πούμε. Αυτή είναι η φάση μέχρι στιγμής. Και ανάλογα αν μπορώ να γίνω full vampire και τους σκοτώνω όλους ή να είμαι πιο πολύ γιατρός και να τους θεραπεύω, ας πούμε. Και επηρεάζει την πορεία του παιχνιδιού αυτό.
The flu took my dear wife. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough.
Και τώρα έχει πρόβλημα αυτή η κυρία και θέλουμε να δούμε τι πρόβλημα έχει.
Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Ναι. Ναι, είναι περισσότερο τέτοιο. Και επιλογές.
You seem surprised.
Έχει διαφορετικά endings. 4.
Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment.
Το δεύτερο παγκόσμιο, ρε.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air.
Και είναι βαμπύρ αυτή.
From the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
Και γενικά έχει και άλλες ιστορίες με τους χαρακτήρες και πρέπει να τους ανακαλύπτω.
Apologies. You've taken me by surprise. I'm very happy to see you.
The pleasure is mine, Doctor.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for.
Ναι, ψάχνουμε ποιος έκανε βαμπύρ. Ξέρω ποιος είναι, αλλά δεν θα σας κάνω spoil, να δείτε το.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush.
Είναι αρκετά καλό game, ναι.
I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first, prove yourself capable of resolving my predicament without eating the culprit.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of
Δεν σου λέω
extortion.
αν έχεις δίκιο ή όχι.
I've made a first
Ή
payment,
επειδή
but
θα
the
το πάω
blackmailer
αρκετά
grows
αργά,
greedy.
θέλω να τα κάνω όλα,
Use his most recent
θα πάρει μπόλικα live και να μιλάμε με όλους.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Λέει πουθενά πόσα λεφτά έχω. Έχω.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
Έχεις τίποτα άλλο σου ψηρίσω?
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Oh, better than any patient, nurse or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail?
Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
Χαίρετε, καλησπέρα. Είσαι
If I
κουτσομπόλα.
didn't know better, Miss Jones, I'd be inclined to say you enjoy this type of idle gossip.
God's honest truth, Doctor. It's just the way it is here. Most
Τι
of the
κάνετε,
people
πώς
will
είστε?
let you freeze to death before getting you a blanket.
You seem to know more about the goings-on here than anyone else. Beware, Miss Jones, in case suspicion should fall on you.
That's it. Blame the old and infirm. I see those little bitches' greedy little eyes. Just waiting for me to pop off they are.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
Okay.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Κάπου εδώ κυκλοφορεί μία από αυτές. Όπ, να την Ρεμπέκα. Ανέβα. Κάτσε περίμενε, δεν βολεύει έτσι πως κάθομαι. Ανέβα καλέ. Δεν φαίνεται. Φαίνεται, οκ. Έλα Ρεμπέκα, παίξουμε παρέα. Ήβρε. Πού είναι τώρα? Πού είναι η νοσοκόμα? Ανάτι.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
Τι κάνετε κύριε Αλκιόνη εσείς?
What can you tell me about this?
Let me guess.
Άρα δεν έχει πληροφορίες αυτή. Τι έχει σήμερα το πρόγραμμα?
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Do you know if any of the hospital staff have criminal backgrounds?
The people who work here all come from very different backgrounds, Doctor. just like the patients.
Γιατί ρε?
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Γιατί έτσι? Α, από την απονεύρωση, όχ. Το ξέχασα αυτό. Όπου. Περαστικά. Πού είναι η άλλη τώρα?
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight. I've lost my mate. Can't find him anywhere.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed from the Pembroke Hospital. Please, calm down and give me more details.
Oswald and myself were both infantry, sir. We were en route for the hospital, but... well, we had a disagreement. And Oswald ran off towards the canal.
How long have you been searching for him?
I can't go there. Too many rats by the water. Fucking rats. Can't stand them since the war, sir. Can't stand them at all.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers who survive the trenches suffer from musophobia. I'll see what I can do for your friend. What can you tell me about yourself?
I'm Oswald's...
This is...
We were looking for the Pembroke...
What can you tell...
His name is Oswald That...
Where...
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital.
Έρχομαι. Θα κάνω διάλειμμα σε λίγο.
I have all the information I need for now.
Thank you, Dr. Reed.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I have to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck them. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
Αυτή είναι η καλύτερη νοσοκόμα και μας έκανε αυτό τώρα. Οπότε θα κάνω αυτό και θα πάω για φαγητό. Μας έστειλε μια φωτογραφία. Πρότιμος να σου δείξει το πρόσωπό μου άμα είσαι και εσύ πρότιμη να κάτσεις πάνω του. Τουλάχιστον σαγηνευτικός έχω να πω. Τουλάχιστον.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Χαζομάρα. τέτοιος. Δεν μπορεί να είναι σάνι, ρε. Πού είσαι ρε, δώσε τοποθεσία ρε.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Copium. Δεν έχει τίποτα από εδώ, Α, είχε υλικά. Εδώ έχει boss fight. Δεν θέλω να πάω ακόμα στο boss fight. Citizen to save. Πού είναι? Σκάσει πια.
Are you in there?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Mr. Thatcher, your friend Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Σώσαμε και κάποιον. Επίσης πρέπει να πάω να ξεκουραστώ.
What sort of creature is this?
Με ξέσκησε. Λοιπόν. Λοιπόν, τον έσωσα αυτόν. Άμα πάω να κάνω level up. Άμα πάω να κάνω level up θα αλλάξει νύχτα. Το θέλω αυτό. Μαλακία έκανα. Απ' την άλλη μπορώ να πάω να βαθμίσω το... Πω, είμαι χαζός. Κάτσε που πήγα τώρα. Ζωμάρα έκανα. Λάθος. Άνοιξε και αυτό. Nice. Έχουμε για το headache. Αιμονία, σέψη. Και headache δεν έχω. Λοιπόν. Αυτό μπορώ να το αγοράσω. Για να δούμε τώρα τι μας δίνει αυτό. Ωραία, πάω να αγοράσω πράγματα.
I met him in New York once.
If only there were more of us. Less resignation and more determination.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
I'd like to see your...
Wise choice, Doctor.
You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
Okay. Α, η κυρία είναι αυτή. Κάτσε να πάμε και στον άλλον.
Tomorrow? Good evening, Dr. Reed. Please show me what you... Of course.
Αυτός πουλάει τέτοια. Δεν χρειάζομαι τέτοια.
More bodies will arrive and then sadly
Οκ. Θα αναβαθμίσω. Αυτό. Οκ. Και από εδώ. Όχι. Όχι. Οκ. Πάμε με αυτό. Κάνω και level up. Λοιπόν. Okay. Nice. Και τι άλλο έχω φέρει αυτό. No. Πήραμε κάποια levels. Οκ, είναι σχεδόν αποστηρωμένο αυτό. Εδώ δεν έχει κάτι. Εδώ έχει μεγάλη ζημιά. Ωραία, πάμε για τον boss τώρα. Main hand, θέλω αυτό. Εδώ θέλω αυτό. Οκ. έχω και σημαντική διαφορά στο damage. Έτσι.
What sort of creature is this?
Claro. Πέθανα,
What sort of creature is this?
πολύ κακός. Το πάνω. Τι είναι αυτά που έβαλε στη μούρη τσάλι? Άρα δεν έχω σφαίρες τώρα.
What sort of creature is this?
Oh. Μπορώ να αλλάξω όπλα. Μπορώ. Μπορώ. Με έχει ξεφτυλίσει λίγο.
What sort of creature is this?
Huh? Ah, έτσι παίζει. Εδώ, τώρα μιλάμε. Αυτό δεν μου το πει το game. Άντε. Δυσκολέχει.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel. What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her. I have this thirst for blood.
Λοιπόν, πάμε στην κυρία Craven να μας πει τα μοχαμπέτια της και μετά διάλειμμα. Α, όχι, λέει να πάω στο Whitechapel, δεν θέλω. Είναι πολύ καλό αυτό, για να έχω κάτι άλλο. Λοιπόν, πριν πάμε εκεί. Μπορούμε να κάνουμε αυτό το quest. Ή αυτό πρώτα. Θέλω τέτοια. Και θα κάνω ένα τέτοιο. Στο επόμενο level θα έχω και ulti. Λοιπόν... Okay.
Last warning, sir! Stupid! It's one of them! Burn it! He's too fucking fast! Shit, that leech is fast!
Ναι. Α, ψάξουμε. Από εδώ τι έχει. Τίποτα. Why? Κάνω τόσο δυνατό αυτό. Κάτσε εδώ δεν είχε.
Lively! It's on to us!
Α, ναι, εδώ που είναι το boss. τρελαθώ. Το βλάκα. Έτσι.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Α, ωραίο κολπάκι αυτό.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Doctor.
I located the shop, but it was vandalized, and the owner is missing. All I found was your order.
I was afraid of such bad news. People are so desperate they're ready to burgle a shop for drugs.
That's quite a list you ordered. Opium, sodium hypochlorite. It can't be just headaches you're trying to cure.
This dreadful influenza, of course. I already ran some tests on hopeless cases. Without success, I must admit.
Do you realize you could create a lethal poison without the correct dosage? Then there are the legal ramifications.
Is this not true of any medical substance, Dr. Reed?
As long as you promise to be scrupulous with your...
That's all I'm asking for, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Thoreau, what's the...
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to...
What, Doctor?
It's a false conceit.
I want to know about these secret tests.
I know I may sound
self-confident,
but you never...
You have my...
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland. I can't let Strickland put his patients at risk with opium. Perhaps an adjusted formula will deliver more of a placebo.
I'm quite busy right now.
Do you think, Dr. Strickland...
His wish to cure the sick is not driven by pride.
You consider...
Strickland!
Thank you for your time. We'll...
Νομίζω τα έχω όλα. Potassium permangante. Και δεν το έχω. Περμαγκανάτε. Τα έχω σκοτώσει τα ονόματα. Μήπως πουλάει ο άλλος έξω. Μιας που βρήκα και την πληροφορία για αυτόν.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood.
Evening, Doctor.
How close are you to
wait?
Aren't you
She's quite...
You do realize she's meant
in her mad...
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
Reconstructive surgery has been very successful for some soldiers.
I don't want to wear a bloody mask for the rest of my life. I'd rather stay here and just be forgotten.
Tell me what really happened.
I went with a whore in Rouen.
Did you start the fire?
No.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Disgust on every street corner. The daily routine.
Good evening, Doctor.
Please show me what...
Of course.
Εντάξει, ευτυχώς που έχουμε και τον... το Μίστερ που ψηρίζει τα πτώματα.
Strickland's project could be dangerous. I have a mind to report him to Dr. Ackroyd.
Δεν τον κάνω report.
Never could keep anything from her.
Βασικά όχι τον κάνω.
I'm quite busy right now.
I know that you're a busy man, but I could use your help and advice.
The great Dr. Reed honors me with a request. What is it exactly?
Dr. Strickland devised an experimental drug for the Spanish flu that he asked me to manufacture.
You know what I think of fringe medical experimentation?
That's exactly why I want you to keep the result, Doctor. I made sure it won't harm anyone, but I'd like you to take care of it.
I see. Put it in my cabinet. I'll give you the key. I'll make sure no one uses this medication by mistake.
I'll do that. Thank you for your help, Dr. Ackroyd.
Thank you for your trust on the matter, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your time.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me...
στον πάνω όροφο.
Now that Dr. Ackroyd has been warned, he should make good use of this formula. It's locked. It's locked, all right. It's locked.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
I have to go now.
Don't waste your time with me.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Good evening, Doctor.
What?
I've read your son's medical report, Beatrice. It's not the flu or anything life-threatening. What has you so worried?
He was at death's door when he was brought here. I just want him to be better as soon as possible.
He's not out of the woods yet, you know. He might need to stay here longer than expected.
Take care of him then, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
Τι άλλο μου μένει να κάνω? Αυτή εδώ. Α, και αυτή βρήκα κάτι.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good.
According to the report I read, your unprofessional conduct put a patient in danger, Gwyneth.
That's not true. I know when my patient's life is at risk, and I'm more competent than a lot of doctors that I know. Problem is, I'm a woman.
I don't see what your gender has to do with your abilities.
Yes, nurse. Because I'll never...
Have you heard of Elizabeth Blackwell?
To have the right to study shouldn't be determined by sex, skin, or wealth. That's all I'm saying.
Ah, man.
Goodbye, nurse.
Okay. Okay. Κάτσε που μπήκα. Πάω μαλακιά έκανα. Τώρα, το ψάξουμε.
It's locked.
Πού είναι ρε? Στον κάτω όροφο είναι. Κάτσε, έρχομαι.
Damn strangers are attacking me!
What happened? Who are you?
It's all right, sir. You're safe now.
Oh, a fellow Englishman. Thank you, sir. For a moment, I thought those bloody heathens had killed me.
What are you doing here? This place is not safe.
Yeah, it's a cesspool, but it's mine. I came to collect some overdue rent, but those who still live here have gone completely bonkers.
You're very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, filthy immigrants. Fucking savages, every one of them. And now with this bloody fever, they're just animals.
You can find safety of sorts in Whitechapel. If you're quick and cautious, you'll be able to avoid the savages.
Okay. Είχαμε ένα μικρό τεχνικό. Έχει πολλά πράγματα εδώ. Shortcut ήταν. Χαίρετε, χαίρετε. Καλώς ήρθατε. Μπήκατε και ταυτόχρονα. Μια χαρά. Αλκαιόνι την κερνούσαν την κυρία Αναστασία χθες. Δεν στα είπε. Χθες ξεσάλωσε μακριά μας. Εδώ μας κάνει το φλόρο. Ω, πού είναι τα FPS μου, ρε! Είναι βαρύ, όχι καλέ, γιατί βαρύ. Πέπουλο. Απλά εγώ έπρεπε να κάνω τη ρουφιανιά μου, δεν μπορώ, έχω εθιστεί. Εσύ είσαι καλύτερα. Ναι, πάω να πάρω μία. Εμένα ρε, επειδή σε ρουφιάν έπεσα στην Αλκιόνη. Ήθελα να έχω εγώ τη χαρά. Όχ. Μαχαίρι. Εντάξει τώρα. Τώρα. Τι να πω. Αλκιόνη σε θέλω δυνατή για το Σάββατο. Σάββατο για την Παρασκευή. Θέλω να έχει γίνει καλά το δόντι σου. Βασικά όχι θέλω, το απαιτώ. Πρέπει να την κυκλοφορήσουμε. Δεν θες να βγούμε ρε τέτοιο. Μέσα, κάτσουμε στα γενέθλια. Βασικά, ό,τι θες. Καλά, εννοείται ότι θα γιορτάσουμε όταν έρθετε κι εσείς.
Good evening, Miss Howcroft.
I need blood, Doc.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
Αύριο ναι, τι μέρα είναι αύριο? Τετάρτη είναι ρε. Έχουμε πολλά επεισόδια ακόμα.
It was a misunderstanding. These hunters were in fact looking for a very different creature.
Nice.
But they mistakenly put their sights on you.
I knew it. I have become undone. Those hunters have discovered me, but they don't know what I'm capable of.
If you'll accept some advice from a petty mortal, I think you should assume a low profile and just quietly disappear into the shadows.
You are right. And you have served me well, mortal. Take this as a reward for your time.
Έτσι.
Perhaps I will allow you to drink deep of my blood. One day.
Thank you. I'll keep that proposition in mind.
Tell me, Thelma, what...
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible...
Έχουμε και πολλά επεισόδια στην Ελένη.
And then I...
You mean you actually saw a vampire here in London?
Yes, and it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You have no idea what problems your claim could cause if heard by the wrong people, Miss Howcroft. You must stop this nonsense now.
Why fear the truth?
Okay, την ολοκλήρωσα και αυτή.
Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturne.
Ωραία. Τώρα μένει... Α, δούμε, έχουμε κανέναν άρρωστο εδώ πέρα. Είναι αυτός για το headache. Αλλά... μπορώ να πάω και στα dogs αντί να πάω... Α, κάποια στιγμή θα χρειαστεί να πάω εκεί ούτως ή άλλως. Οπότε, τώρα θα πάω εδώ, σε αυτήν. Φύγαμε. Πάμε να θεραπεύσουμε και άλλη περιοχή. Αν χάσατε το τι κάνουμε, εκβιάζουν την ευεργέτη του νοσοκομείου, αυτό εδώ, η οποία είναι βαμπύρ. Να δω, θα την αποκαλύψουν. Και βρήκαμε ότι ο εκβιαστής είναι μια νοσοκόμα του νοσοκομείου. Και πάμε να τη βρούμε τώρα, για να της κλείσουμε το στόμα. Αυτή όμως, θα σας εξηγήσω τι γίνεται. Υπάρχουν 4 περιοχές, 4 γειτονιές στο Λονδίνο. Και κάθε χαρακτήρας, θα σου πω, περίμενε. Και έχουν κάθε περιοχή από έναν χαρακτήρα, ο οποίος είναι υπεύθυνος για την υγεία της περιοχής. Και η νοσοκόμα αυτή είναι υπεύθυνη για αυτούς εδώ. Οπότε άμα τη σκοτώσω, αυτή η περιοχή θα διαλυθεί, θα πάει στο 0% αυτό εδώ πέρα. Οπότε πρέπει να βρω μια λύση πιο διπλωματική. Ελπίζω να το εξήγησα καλά. Ελπίζω να το εξήγησα καλά και να καταλάβατε τι παίζει. Okay. Το είχα δει αυτό.
It's a leech! Kill it! Oh my god! That leech is fast!
Για έλα εδώ. Από εδώ πρέπει να πάω. Θα ήθελα να το εξερευνήσω λίγο για να μάθω πράγματα για την κυρά. Οχ. Έλα ρε.
This is no place for you, sir.
Αυτοί δεν μετράνε για ένα άνθρωπο κιόλας.
We have to stop it! Christ, he's dead!
Έλα ρε. Κοίτα εδώ.
Shit, that leech is fast!
Ρε. Οχ. Έτσι. Όλη μέρα έξω θα είμαστε. Ρε βγήκαν. Ρε τις σκληροί καριόλιδες είναι αυτοί. Μαλάκες. Θα με σκοτώνανε. Λοιπόν, λέει ότι πρέπει να πάω από εδώ για το Whitechapel. Δεν έχει τίποτα άλλο. Δεν πρέπει να έχει. Θα μην πάω από εδώ.
I cannot enter.
Προφανώς. Εντάξει ρε. Γιατί δεν θα σου πούμε το τραγουδάκι. Να σου τραγουδήσουμε.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Hideout. Πού? Α, σωστά. Μα πώς το ξέχασα αυτό. Με συγχωρείτε. Ποιος πέθανε ρε παιδιά?
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss.
If you've been hurt, I can help you. I'm a doctor.
Name's Albert. Remember it. Now bugger off.
What happened? Did you really steal that man's medication?
Hey, I didn't do anything. It ain't me.
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you with someone else.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here. Bastard was a soldier in the war, so now he's got the right to shoot me.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of town. Perhaps you could help me.
I said sod off. Go find yourself another guide.
I found the recruiter you were expecting. He's dead, but he carried a note. The Wet Boot Boys have accepted your application.
I knew it! I told you I was tough enough. I'll be free soon.
This note was found on a dead man, Albert. If that doesn't change your mind, then you must be ready to face the risks.
You're all fancy words, none of which concern me. Go worry about someone else. I'm fine and I've a future here.
Ah, man.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? If you know anything about her, I'd appreciate it.
Never heard of her. She's pretty, I'll keep an eye out.
What happened?
Hey!
All right.
Sod off me.
It's true.
I said
Okay.
Goodbye, young man.
The Wet Boots will be proud of me.
What? Shooting a boy in the middle of the street. Not the best thing to do, wouldn't you say?
What? You saw what happened? Who are you?
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you promise me to set your gun aside.
No. Look, I'm not a violent man. I'm Benjamin Palmer, doctor.
Ah, συνάδελφος.
No one can help me. Not even you.
What can you tell me about this place?
Nothing to say, really.
You don't...
Not since the day...
You mean...
Yeah, I don't what...
Καλά, μας ενδιαφέρει.
Perhaps...
I'm sick.
What is it, Benjamin? It was the war, wasn't it? Your nerves are shot, aren't they? I need some answers, Private. From one soldier to another. Yes.
Not ashamed. I just...
Whatever the...
I swear I didn't...
Do you know Nurse...
Funny, I've been searching for her too.
Really? And why is that?
Word is she ain't real. Just a cover for some doctor who runs an illegal dispensary for migrants.
Ah. Okay.
A gun, alcohol, and a bad temper make a terrible cocktail, sir. Goodbye for now.
This stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy.
It's locked, all right.
Locked, αλλά μπήκα. Τι, δεν έχει τίποτα. Μαλακίες έχει. Απλά ένα πτώμα.
Stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lavvy. Sort of bloody jump to your head.
Εδώ τι έχει? Α. Άνθρωπος.
Good evening, miss.
Νομίζω τον εχθρός.
Are you interested in a miraculous cure for this unknown and deadly epidemic?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
Tell me,
The region itself is
is there any...
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard remorselessly exploits poor migrants as soon as they get here.
What do you think?
Most of them are afraid or desperate.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine.
Good evening, my...
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough.
The Swanborough cordial can be the answer to all your problems. As long as you have the money.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid not.
Huh?
A gun out.
Μετακινήθηκε αυτός.
No match for the Swanborough cordial.
Λοιπόν... Χάθηκα λίγο.
We even used to be neighbours, for Christ's sake. I prefer not to give you another beating, Barrett.
Welcome, sir. Please, take a browse of my wares.
I am Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barrett Lewis. Usually I don't have time to waste with talk, but at this hour of the night I can hardly refuse.
How is business?
Business? I have no...
I see. Sounds like you blame someone in particular for your situation.
It's no secret Joe Peterson spends his time harassing merchants. But with me, he's trying to put me out of business once and for all.
As a merchant, you see Whitechapel every day. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary recently?
What you mean besides the epidemic, the war, and all the usual crap? As long as I can remember, this part of town has been a bottomless pit, and no sign of the bottom yet.
Have you been hurt?
No, but that's only because I ran like heck.
Violence?
Yeah. A few nights ago, some...
Where did this happen?
In the closed workshops nearby.
Okay.
As a merchant...
What you mean
Have you heard of a
Nurse Crane? So the bitch really is a nurse, then? Always thought she was just some crafty foreigner, that one.
Yes, she's a nurse. And quite a good one. What did she do to gain such notoriety?
Dorothy Crane ain't even a real name. Something like Dorothea Craniu. Something like that. Came to England fleeing the war, I was told.
That doesn't explain why she irritates you so much.
Your precious Nurse Crane gives away medical supplies and prescriptions for free. I offered to sell it for a fair cut, but no. Miss Crane wanted to play the quiet saint.
Okay.
Right then.
Να δούμε τι έχει αυτός. Α, δεν έχω.
Fancy buying?
You never... Right then. Show me...
Μαλάκα.
Excuse me, sir. I have a few questions for you.
Another journalist? I didn't answer the first one, so...
I'm not a journalist.
A doctor, you say? It's quite a rare breed in this part of town.
Really? But still, here I am. Dr. Jonathan Reed, at your service.
I'm Joe Peterson to some, but Colossus Joe to most. And I don't remember asking for your service, sir.
Have you heard of a nurse named Dorothy Crane? She's a colleague of mine, and is supposed to live around here.
Dorothy Crane? Yeah, I know her. One of the few good souls who dare to help the sick around here.
Could you please tell me more about her?
She's a nice girl. Tries to help the migrants. I offered to give her a hand, but she said my reputation would attract too much attention.
May I ask?
I'll do whatever I... How? There's no pride in roughing up poor boys.
A job?
I got enlisted by the Wet Boot Boys, a gang from the docks. I'm their muscle for their dirty work.
You survive at any cost.
I don't care what you think, sir.
I'm not sure Mr. Lewis would agree with your by all means necessary philosophy, sir.
Oh, do you really think he's the poor victim here? Barrett can be as sneaky as anyone. Long ago, I even called the bastard my best friend.
Not
familiar.
This part of town.
Totally.
May I?
I'll do what...
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
You again? What do you want?
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Τώρα.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never... Joe Peterson. He's the villain here, isn't he? But you seem to know each other.
I'd known Joe for years. I saw him box once or twice. He was a friend then. But these days, he's just another thug.
What can you...
Colossus Joe was a decent boxer. Good one, even. But after his wife passed away, he found every excuse...
It's never easy to find a new path.
We've all had some rough times, ain't we?
And no one...
Nobody would be fool enough to stand against the Wet Boot Boy.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Μπορούμε να μάθουμε πληροφορίες τώρα για αυτό.
Hello, young man. I'm Dr. Reed, and I would like to ask you a few questions. May I enter, please?
Sorry, no, sir. My father does not like people entering our house, you see.
Your father is worried about you, boy. He asked me to look for you.
So my father actually worries about me then? Okay then. Come on in. I'm Harry, by the way. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Ο κύριος κατάθλιψη. Κάτσε πριν τον βοηθήσουμε την κατάθλιψη, κάτσε να κλέψουμε όλο το σπίτι.
It's locked, all right.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
So, may I ask you a few questions?
I'm not bothered. What could be worse?
Do you know Nurse?
Yes, I know her. She came here to examine me when I was very sick. She said I should go out more.
Your father and Mr. Lewis used to be good friends. What happened, Harry?
I was young then. I don't remember Mr. Lewis ever coming back again after my mother died. Or was it after my father started bullying him? I don't know.
Have you tried speaking to Mr. Lewis about it?
I don't go out often, but yes. And he scolded me and told me to leave him alone. I guess my father frightens him too much.
But you are not responsible for your father's actions.
Am I not? Dad always says that he joined that gang for my safety. So if I wasn't born, people wouldn't be worrying about Colossus Joe.
Would it ease tensions with your father if he got an honest job? Because he tried, you know.
I can't say. I'd be glad if he dropped his thuggish activities. But I'm not sure it would be enough.
Why is that?
Sometimes I suspect it's me, Dr. Reed. Or it's this life. It's like I can't find my place.
Forgive my...
Why should I?
This place is awful.
That's exactly what my father says.
If life here is so terrible...
I don't go outside.
So that's why you stay at home all day?
I'm not afraid of the...
How do you...
I'm fine. My father is...
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Εδώ έχει ένα chest, αλλά... Α. Για πάμε λίγο έξω.
Is there only pain and suffering in this world?
Ναι.
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
You again?
Harry doesn't seem...
I've always put my son's interests...
You really love your son.
He's my pride and since no one will ever...
Do you...
Only one.
Why do you keep on working?
It's true, I hate this job. And
you could leave tomorrow.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor.
Goodbye, Miss...
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose your What do you know of Harry Peterson? The boy seems so fragile. Not like his father at all.
Harry's a good boy, but he spends most of his time complaining. He's had it tough, all right, but he needs to grow a pair.
What troubles him exactly?
Well, despite being his father's son, almost everything, I think. He never wanted to come to Whitechapel in the first place. Hates this place more than most of us.
Okay.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
Δεν ξέρω αν προσέξατε κάτι. Αν μιλάω με αυτούς τους τρεις. Αν μπορείτε να κάνετε καμιά μαντεψιά τι παίζει εδώ πέρα.
Angel made flesh, I tell you.
Good evening, sir. I'm
Please be my guest.
Really?
I'm a poet.
Man,
Not at...
in fact... But I...
Oh, I should...
Terrible. What do you...
Do you remember?
Yes.
Most people... But this is... I don't care. If, well...
Λάθος. Skip.
What are you... Terrible. What are you talking...
Do you remember?
Yes.
Most people...
Tell...
The place...
Tell me.
The place is not...
Do you...
On the...
What can you...
Not much.
Okay.
And...
Maybe I...
I'll leave you... Good evening, Mr. Nivik.
And good evening.
You don't really make a living from your scribblings, do you, Richard?
No, sir, I don't. I work so hard. I put all my time, my energy, my devotion into the precise carving of words.
Still, you don't seem to suffer from poverty.
With thanks to my parents, actually. I'm afraid I would not be able to live on my own without their help.
You seem embarrassed.
Someday I hope to proudly offer my first publication to my parents. Until that day, I'll remain the failure of a son they have to support.
Oh.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Καλά ρε του καημένο. Όχι, πνάκο. Καληνύχτα που λένε. Και εγώ δεν θα κρατήσω πολύ σήμερα. Έχω οικοδομή αύριο πάλι.
I'd like to ask you a few questions. I know what you're thinking. I know you understand what I'm saying. Melia, I know you work for Dorothy Crane. Please tell me about her secret dispensary.
Καληνύχτα, καληνύχτα.
A stubborn and mute comrade. Nurse Crane and Darius Petrescu have been clever. Tell me about Richard Nivicott. I understand he is quite fond of you, Camellia. Very well.
Όλα τα μάθαμε. Ναι, όντως. Μακάρι. Μακάρι να είναι επιτυχημένα επεισόδια. Σαν τα χθεσινά. Έτσι, έτσι.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name?
Sorry.
Dr. Reed.
What?
There's a war.
It's a...
These are back. I've had...
That son...
What is... He goes where none of his colleagues would...
That's quite odd.
Not at all, sir.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth?
Whitechapel is the...
So you...
Whitechapel is the crucible...
Have you...
I've had to run and hide more than...
That science is unable to explain.
I confess.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby.
That's it.
Good evening, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby.
Αντίο, Mr. Darby. Εγώ όμως δεν θυμάμαι ότι κάτι έπρεπε να κάνω με αυτό. What's that? Α, υπάρχει κι άλλη εδώ.
Don't be shy, handsome. What can Christina do for you?
I'm not looking for what you're selling. But I'd like to...
All right, then.
Do you...
I don't...
You seem...
Dorothy... I don't like... If it is...
You can put...
And you think that would worry me?
Clayton Darby claims he will expose the crisis in Whitechapel to all of London. Do you believe him?
I believe Clayton's courage will erode with time, until he finally leaves Whitechapel to start another fight somewhere else.
Why this?
How can you speak about starvation if you've never been hungry? Or about poverty? Or anything else you have never suffered from?
Are you talking?
I've seen your type come here to get a good fuck in a cheap room or a dark alley before going back to their fancy houses in the West End.
Tell me.
Are you joking with me?
I have no interest. I always thought I was the master.
You know, this money is not only for me.
Goodbye, miss.
Good evening, Doctor.
Christina Popper claims she sells her body because she can't find any other work. Do you believe her?
Of course I do. Her story is exactly what I want my readers to understand. We live in an intolerant and divided nation.
Do you think things will ever change, Mr. Darby?
I believe the situation can only improve. And now that women can vote, I'm convinced things will change.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
You are...
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son. Father...
I am Dr. John...
A scientist.
Would...
Also,
quite a...
You...
What do you mean?
Also...
Quite a judgmental...
Well, you are seeking answers, huh?
Well...
As a doctor, you must be...
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumber.
What is left then?
cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias. What?
God will recognize his own.
Purification by fire has proved useful.
Your lack of faith is predictable.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free...
Joseph, a fool.
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
Would quite a judge.
Well, you are...
I am. Have you any?
No.
Where did you send?
I sent Samuel to the Stonebridge Cemetery, where the...
You sent him on some preaching crusade during...
As a true believer. I don't...
So...
None.
What?
Before...
I have heard an...
Α, εδώ είναι αρκετοί άρρωστοι.
Steady, boys!
Για φέρετε. Φέρετε την πραγμάτια σας. Να πάρω το κουτί. Πού είναι το κουτί? Όχι. Πού είναι ρε? Το κουτί. Α.
This could be the box Lewis thought he lost. A love letter from Joe Peterson's wife addressed to Barrett Lewis. Who should I give it to, I wonder?
Joe, please, I don't have your money.
Come on, Barrett, you know the game. You pay for peace.
Fancy buying?
You never look. I found this.
Let's have a look.
I suppose I was lucky.
Luck is a commodity.
About this package, it's not just tools.
I want to be rude or anything after your kind gesture, but it's none of your business.
Barrett.
Yeah, I did. She's the only woman I loved. My first regret is that she stayed with Joe after Harry was born. The second is I never shed a tear when she died.
Did you ever?
Never.
Do you mean?
No one will ever know for sure.
Goodbye for now, mister. Good evening, Harry.
Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So?
I'm not bothered.
Do you remember when Barrett Lewis...
Not really.
What?
Because it hurt.
How was
he? He was nice. I was young.
Goodbye, young.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
You again?
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson.
Οκ. Και έχουμε άλλη μια αποστολή εδώ. Κάτσε, πού είναι? Κάτσε, αυτό είναι σε άλλη γειτονιά. Ελπίζω να μην είναι.
Protection against malevolence and trickery. You are blinded.
It ain't you!
Oh!
This man stunned me with his faith. It's his crucifix. This is not good news.
Ελπίζω να μην συναντήσω άλλους τέτοιους για την ώρα. Okay. Αυτό ήταν αρκετά challenging, έχω να πω. Και μπορεί να μου φάνηκε επειδή δεν είχα πραγματάκια.
Hello, sir. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. I'm a doctor inquiring about the epidemic. May I come in?
A doctor, you say? No, thank you.
All right. I shan't insist. Goodbye for now, sir.
Oh. Δεν έχω βρει κανένα. Fuck. Nice. Πού ακούγεται αυτή ρε? Πόσα έχει εδώ μέσα? Πού την άκουσα την άλλη τώρα? Όχι, από εδώ φεύγω από το...
Somebody help!
Are you all right, miss?
I don't know.
They've lost their minds in the...
You seem to know a lot of...
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating this disease.
I am Shaoshun.
Carnage. Is Father Whitaker's disciple among the bodies, I wonder? This man's far too old to be Samuel. No. By the look of his clothes, this man's a docker.
Shouldn't you go...
Maybe later.
Υπάρχει κάποιο μέρος που δεν έψαξα. Καλά, σίγουρα υπάρχει γιατί δεν βρήκα το παπαδοπέδι, ας πούμε. Φεύγω. Κάτσε, είχε ένα σώμα εδώ. Ένα εδώ. Υπάρχει και τρίτο.
Samuel isn't here. I had better follow the blood trail. It's locked. As I feared. Samuel no longer preaches the good word.
Report to father. Πώς βγαίνω από αυτό το μέρος, ρε? Okay.
I cannot enter.
Πλάκα μου κάνεις. Δεν έχει fast travel το game. Άρα πρέπει να βρω την άλλη έξοδο. Αναγκαστικά. Αυτά δεν μ' αρέσουν. Λοιπόν, τώρα πάω να τελειώσουμε τα quest.
There's one of them! Watch yourselves!
Good evening, Mr.
It's far.
I have found...
I already expected the worst.
Yes.
Samuel steadily made donations to our cause.
Why did you...
I sent him on a... This epic...
But who...
She is the...
Tobias Whittaker.
I have done what no one was ready to do. I take...
You...
No!
You're...
No! Think what you...
You're... Have you...
No.
I have had enough for tonight.
Οκ. Πάμε τώρα σε αυτήν. Να κάνουμε το quest.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is.
I must insist, sir.
I have no... A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on, Barry.
I'm cheap
Πού είναι? Εδώ κόβει βόλτες αυτός. Δύο... Α.
Good evening, Doctor.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm afraid one of the nurses from the Pembroke Hospital may be involved with unsavory activities.
Ah, could it be Dorothy Crane?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
He has no...
No.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Ah, okay.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Άμψη είχα βρει από πριν εσένα.
Morbidity can breathe its own beauty and grace.
Good evening, Mr.
And good evening to you.
Did you know the mute florist?
No, I didn't. But I thank...
I'm
guilty.
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part.
I'm looking for
Dorothy.
What can you tell?
Darius Petrescu. Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone. Hello again. I know that the content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter. Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be... Hello again. Very well. Goodbye then.
Can't you just look the other way this week, Joe? Come on, we can sort it out, right?
It's not my call, Baron.
Λοιπόν, για πάμε. Και μετά από αυτό θα προσπαθήσω να τους θεραπεύσω.
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the
poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
Τι?
It's locked.
Nice. Αυτή εδώ, αν θυμάμαι, έχει αρκετό loot. Κάτσε τι έγινε. Γιατί? Ελπίζω να έχω όλα τα τέτοια ή την... λέει τα έχω όλα τα στοιχεία.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Raz Van Vasily. High fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain. Diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Thank you, nurse. Anything else I should know?
He did lose consciousness this morning, but he's never had convulsions like these.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, Doctor. He's still bleeding, Doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, Doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, Doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, Doctor!
Cardiac massage, now.
Cardiac... What? Are you making this up as you go along?
Το χάσαμε.
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, Doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. To what do I owe this courtesy? I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then.
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient, I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal.
Nice. Will suffer.
It's a leech! Leech, boy! Watch out! Christ! He's...
Πού πήγε? Έχει έλθει.
A leech! A leech! Christ, a leech! It ain't you! What's happening to me? Murdering boss!
Λοιπόν, τώρα τους έχουμε όλους. Θέλουμε η μικρανία, fatigue, μικρανία, fatigue, βροχίτη, κρύωμα. Πάμε να θεραπεύσουμε κοσμάκι. Κάτσε, δεν είναι εδώ το hideout, πρέπει να είναι εδώ. Όχι. Α. Okay.
It's locked.
Λοιπόν... Cold, βροχή της πνευμονία, fatigue θέλω σίγουρα. Fatigue, 3 fatigue, 4 fatigue. Cold, βροχή της, μικρανίες, πονοκεφάλους και τέτοια δεν μπορώ ακόμα. Και ένα βροχή τι θέλω. Τώρα ελπίζω να μην κρασάρει μέχρι να... Λοιπόν, αυτοί οι δύο είναι εκεί. Αυτός είναι μέσα. Αυτό δεν μπορώ να θεραπέσω. Αυτός έχει βροχίτη. Άντε τώρα τους βρω όλους αυτούς.
I won't end up.
How are you, boy? Do you need assistance?
Please.
There you go.
Very funny.
Goodbye, young man.
I won't end up another drunk old sick and suffering. Not me.
Good evening, Benjamin.
I'm afraid not.
You don't seem well, Benjamin.
Always.
I will see you. A gun?
I'll not die in some piss stinking alley reeking worse than a win.
Has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the sword.
Good evening, my dear colleague.
You look ill, Miss Swan.
I'm perfectly...
Goodbye, Miss Swanborough. Perhaps we'll... Hello, Mr. Patrese.
Hello, Doc. If you want to...
We've not been formed.
I am.
So, like, she seems...
More.
Did you?
Yes.
You could have...
As a grave.
Tell me...
I do not...
Are you in...
Don't be...
Who is she?
She's not from around.
You say she has no...
Well...
Tell me
I do...
So,
Like...
She seems...
More...
Do you need some help?
I am very...
Well, I think...
Free drugs from an English doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Yes?
How did...
I'm her oldest friend in...
You mean occupied Romania?
Really?
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied.
I know my days are numbered.
But Romania escaped the ground.
But it's not a
Do you have...
Who knows?
Don't be...
It's quite awkward to talk about
This...
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Οκ, το θεράπευσα κι αυτόν. Μεσημέρις level.
Fancy buying something, sir?
You never lose... Do you need help?
I only...
Goodbye for now, Mr. Lewis.
You again?
Can I offer you?
The name is Colossus.
Goodbye, Mr. Peterson. Good evening,
Sure. Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
So, may I ask you a few...
I'm not bothered.
Do you need any medical...
Yes, I do.
You'll feel...
I'm not...
Goodbye, young man. Take care of yourself.
Even my dreams are soaked with gloom.
Would you like me to revive you?
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you need assistance?
That would be nice of...
If you
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Good evening, Chris.
Change your mind.
Do you need any assistance?
It...
I am shocked.
Forgive my suspicion. I'm so used to liars.
Goodbye, miss.
Recovering. Αυτός. Και έχουμε αυτόν το cold. Cold. Αυτός. Πού ήταν αυτός? Είναι αυτός που έσωσε από κάτι πονόμουσα.
There is something going on in this... I don't know what. Like a secret.
Hello again, miss. Very well.
Δεν το έχω. Πάμε να δώσουμε και σε αυτόν το φαρμακό του. Και μετά είναι άλλος ένας.
Good evening, Mr. Nithicott.
And good evening to...
Do you need med...
It may be...
I understand your appetite for...
The nutrition of...
I'll leave you alone, sir.
I'm cheap and I'm clean, I promise.
Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid.
Νομίζω κάπου από εδώ ήταν αυτός.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even
είναι αυτό? Σταρκιζόμουν ότι κάπου εδώ είναι, αλλά...
When science fails you, this elixir will give you faith again. Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the...
Κάτσα κάνω ένα rest. Τον βρούμε μετά αυτόν. Λοιπόν, τώρα κάνουμε update. Okay. Θα θέλει 1000. Εντάξει, τώρα νιώθω πιο χαλαρός, είναι η αλήθεια. Stable. Κάτσα πάω άλλη μια φορά στην Dorothy και να ψάξω τον άλλον το κρυολόγημα.
by many. Even the flu
Να τους.
is no match for the swallow of
Good evening, sir.
You're here for...
I'm not here for a...
Doctor?
Do you require...
Not me.
It's... that's...
I don't see...
What?
Well...
In other words...
I give you... People are act...
What?
That's...
Mr...
I'm...
I'm...
So it's in that...
What?
That's simple. I already get good money.
Mr. Bates.
I understand, Dr. Reed, you're...
I'm no...
So it's a no, then. That's too bad.
You seem to...
Not much.
You'd better not... Since I took an...
Well...
Infecting you is probably the last thing on these people's...
What? You give me this for free?
Goodbye, Mr. Bates.
Οκ, το θεραπεύσαμε και αυτόν. Και...
Welcome back, Dr.
Good evening, nurse. How should I address...
Dorothy is all right.
That's fine with me.
What can I do for you then, Jonathan?
How is...
I don't know whether you have...
How are things...
Things are
Have there been...
No.
Do you have many...
A few.
Show me what you have.
Να δούμε. Καλά το θυμόμουν.
This elixir will give you faith again.
Nice. Migraine και headache. Θέλω 6 τέτοια. Οκ. Ψάξω να βρω. Κάποιος θα είχε από αυτούς. Λοιπόν, για να δούμε τι θέλω τώρα. Θέλω ημικρανία, δύο ημικρανίες θέλω. Έναν πονοκέφαλο και έναν εξάντληση. Α, εντάξει, οκ. Δεν θα χρειαστεί να το κάνω τώρα.
Good evening, Benjamin. Can I?
I'm afraid not, Miss.
You don't seem well.
Oh,
I can try to help.
Whoa.
A gun, alcohol.
Και τώρα τι θέλω. Θέλω το μάστορα.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Fancy buying some...
You never lose.
Να δούμε.
Right then.
Έχει δύο. Χρειάζομαι άλλο ένα. Το οποίο παίζει να είναι πίσω.
This district seems to get uglier every year.
Αν έχεις τίποτα εσύ.
Good evening.
I'd like to see.
Μπα.
All the good boys join the army and the scum turn criminals.
How are you?
I'm not your boy.
Goodbye, young man.
Έλα σε είδα, έπαιζες, πήγα για ποτό, γύρισα. Εννοείται.
Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy! Burn it, boys!
Άμα δεν κλείσουμε 8 ώρο δεν γίνεται. Τι κάνετε κύριε Τάσο, πώς περάσατε? Κάτσε, μ' ακούς. Μ' ακούς. Οκ. Όχι, δεν θέλω να πάω από εδώ. Πάμε να μιλήσουμε στην κυρά. Εδώ μου είχε μείνει ένας ασθενής εδώ. Αυτός δεν είναι.
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher.
Yes.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm great.
I'm certain you have your reasons, but let me... Goodbye, Mr. Thatcher.
Okay.
Try to take care of yourself.
Γίναμε. Πάμε στο μεγάλο αφεντικό. Α, τώρα θα κλείσω σε λίγο, ρε.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Doctor.
Α, έχει, νάτος.
Perhaps I should have considered the option.
Την πιάσαμε στα πράσα.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
You killed him. He trusted you. And you killed him.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
No need to apologize, my lady. I know exactly what you endure.
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you, it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
I don't understand. Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
Okay.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head.
Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but... are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
A vampire? Is that what I am? What we are?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No. You are now an Ekon, and that you shall remain.
Are you an Ekon too?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vampires. Forget what you think you know about us.
So we are Ekons. How can I identify us amongst other vampires?
How to put it? All Ekon are vampires. But all vampires are not Ekon. We are but a branch of the immortal tree.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
And no...
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
Very well.
A lady has to have...
And who bestowed...
my maker.
Okay.
Why did you...
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
What type of vampire?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
William Bishop was...
No, Jonathan. Whatever their...
Are there many vampires?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
Will they all...
I do not see why not.
That sounds like a
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from
When I awoke, change...
I can't be certain. More than likely, it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious?
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They're
You make them
more a society, and like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seemed they have been recruiting.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish...
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
I bid you farewell. For now, my lady.
I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
Okay.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Πού είναι?
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
Okay. Δεν θυμάμαι αν είναι μεγάλο αυτό το chapter. Μπορώ να κάνω ένα save όμως. Και αν δω ότι είναι μεγάλο, απλά το κλείσω και το συνεχίσω αύριο. Όχι αύριο, επόμενη φορά. Οχ, τι πάθαν όλοι ρε. Θέλω fatigue. Επτά fatigue, lol. Okay. Ρε, μου αρρωστήσαν όλοι. Η μάνα, αυτός και ο Ακρόιντ. Και αυτός, άρα όλοι εκείνοι πτέρυγα.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
Okay,
And good
so-
evening to you. Do you need my med?
You don't have to worry.
Goodbye.
I'm quite busy right now, Dr. Reed.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Doc.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
You always knew the words to calm the children.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick.
Good.
Is there anything else?
Really?
Unfortunately.
Perhaps.
Goodbye for now.
You always knew the words to calm the children, Ellen. As for me,
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require
Do you know your...
Despite what...
Well, at least your reputation.
Goodbye, Mrs.
Don't waste your time with me.
Και ο άλλος.
Good evening, Mr. Elwood. Soldier, do you...
Not really.
As long as you...
Don't think you can do much about...
Goodbye for now.
Time has lost its effect on me, but the suffering continues.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Απ' έξω κάπως πήγαινα. Κάμον. Άμα χάσω την ευκαιρία δεν θα τον ξαναβρω. Κάτσε, πού είναι? Το έχασα. Μάλλον το έχασα. Fuck.
Good evening. Do you need medical approximation? Don't take... And that is a good thing. Goodbye, Mr. It's locked, all right. Good evening, Nurse Brett.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you require
I will be...
Nurse.
I'll try.
Goodbye, Nurse. Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doc.
Do you need any
I'm afraid I...
Our job...
That's easy for you.
Goodbye, Milton.
Δεν έχασα κανέναν. Recovering. Να, πάμε στην κηδεία. Α, ξέχασα να κάνω αυτό. Και αυτό δεν ξέρω πού θα το βρω. Nice.
Has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for the Swanborough cordial.
Πού είναι ρε?
Avery, I leave you to care for my mother. I'm in no state to comfort her.
What? Δεν μου αφήνει να μπω τώρα. Σοβαρά. Και έχω και ένα διάλογο με τον Swansea. Δεν πιστεύω αυτό το πράγμα. Γιατί ρε game. Κάτσε να μιλήσουμε και στο Δόκτωρ.
I need to talk to...
Please do so.
Do you know it?
Without...
Where?
One...
They're
extremely dangerous.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
Perhaps too capable. Nurse Crane also ran an illicit dispensary in Whitechapel. I had to ask for her resignation.
I see. Well, we'll just have to manage without her assistance.
So you...
Yes. Pembroke was founded by Lady
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
If I may...
Well, Jonathan, she sought me out and offered me the position.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
Να μιλήσουμε μετά. Έχει τίποτα άλλο στο γραφείο να το ψηρίσω? Αχα. Οκ. Άντε τώρα επίσημα μπορούμε να πάμε στην κηδεία.
Good evening.
Tell me the truth about your appointment.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir. But I...
Do you...
Yes, sir.
It is an unbelievable...
It was a time beyond...
You can't impersonate...
You're absolutely right, sir.
Do you believe...
My ratings were within the averages of the regiment. I saved lives, Dr. Reed. Does that not say enough about Tria?
Goodbye, Mr. Chidana. It's locked.
Οπα.
Watch yourselves! These one of them! Watch out for them teeth!
Okay.
Your man!
Θα πάμε. Άντε πάμε στην κηδεία. Κάπου εδώ πρέπει να είναι και η χείρα που έσωσα πριν.
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
Ναι, έφυγε από εδώ αυτή. Οπα.
Are you all right, Miss Shun?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiao Shun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am.
Tell me how your...
Matthew died of the Spanish flu.
At this time,
The worst thing is not his death.
did he hide his...
Matthew was a smiling type.
The Spanish...
You don't understand.
As harsh as that...
I never said...
Are you on your...
I have found...
I've seen...
Thank you for...
Are you a...
No, I am not.
I'm a physician.
Why tell me this?
No. But I wanted you to know.
May I ask what...
You could say she was also killed.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need...
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Have you recent...
This part of town is very...
Goodbye for now.
Okay. Πήραμε και αυτά τα XP. Πάμε να κυδέψουμε την αδερφή.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
How can I? I've destroyed my family. My poor mother. I can't even console her.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You've felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Πάμε να εξομολογηθούμε.
And off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointed.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest, as you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
I feel responsible. The pain is consuming me.
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
There. I confessed to that vicar. Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
Pay me a glass and I'll be gentle. Pay me a bottle.
It's one of the... best for the world.
Α, άρχισαν να το ντροπάρουν αυτά, οκ.
Die, vermin!
Φέρε πράγματα.
Remorse and pain are precious when binding you to the earth. You. I remember you. Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me.
As shall my children yet to come.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave. So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
What? Oh.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doc.
What can you tell me about the recent events in the hospital?
That Mr. Hampton killed Miss Jones in her room, then ran away.
And did you see all this?
No. I was working by the tents when it all happened. I only entered the room when they asked me to clean up the blood.
Where is Miss...
I don't know. I'd imagine the morgue. It all happened so quickly.
Did you see Sean Hampton leave the hospital?
I think I saw a silhouette exiting the hospital gates after the shouting started. At first I thought it was someone who was just scared, but... Well,
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Rest assured, I will protect you and your staff.
McCallum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this. Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
Okay. Και κλείνουμε κάπου εδώ. Λοιπόν, τι μπορώ να ανεβάσω? Κρύωμα. Κρύωμα. Οκ. Και να πάμε και στα docks σύντομα. Εδώ δεν έχω συναντήσει κανέναν, μην πέφτεις εσύ. Οκ. Καλό βράδυ.